We're back at it again, gamers. Um, so uh, I did a little farming with the free company, and I didn't. Now I didn't farm all of these. I did this, but these I was just given, and this I farmed because Emerald Weapon Grind. Um, so we're just gonna go ahead and use that, and then all of these as well. I was also given some armor, but for plot consistency here, I want to just stick with what I got for for the time being. All right, I think that's everything. Yeah, we got some emerald totems, some emerald plating. Oh wait. Let's build armor craft. Um. All right. Emerald plates go for a lot of money. All right, let's continue talking, shall we? The salvation Minfilia dreamed for Eorzea comes closer to reality with every step the Scions take. Yes, the world may still be in the throes of change, but it is improving. I see it happening day by day, and I sit here praying that whatever new road you walk, uh, awesome. And I sit here praying that whatever new road you walk, will bring you the wonder and joy you deserve. Should you need a rest in between your journeys, do come and join me on the terrace for old time's sake. I can still scarce believe our battle extended to the ends of creation, but seeing the Scion's mission to completion was both an honor and a privilege. As for myself, I've spent quite a while away from home, so I think I'll return to Limzo for now. And once I get there, my first order of business will be downing a pint or three at the Drowning Wench. The exploits of you and your companions are truly an inspiration to us all. I have never felt more compelled to hone my own skills, that I one day might be able to accomplish such heroic deeds. Oh, frick. 'Tis a shame the Scions are disbanding, even if only in name. I still fondly recall the day you granted me my uniform. Uh, oh yeah. The memory remains vivid, yet it feels like a lifetime ago. I considered returning to the Adder's Nest, but since I've come this far, I've decided I ought to continue my journey and venture to the Garlemald instead. I can't hold a candle to the infamous wandering minstrel, but I thought I might share with the Garleans the tale of your epic deeds, extend them to an olive branch of song, if you will. Back to you. Ergmis means to visit Limsa Laminza, and I will join him and continue my search. I know not when we will meet again, but please take care of yourself. Arnvold has pressing matters according to him anyway. A pity he couldn't be here to witness this momentous occasion, though he bids me tell you congratulations. As for me, well, once the Scions disband, I intend to resume my work in Rogger's Reach. I suppose Arnvald will need support in Garabania too, though he would not admit as much. Well, he will have my help whether he wants it or not. Real. Feels a little strange now that me link pearl's gone quiet. Frick. Since my unique skills are no longer needed for the safety of the star and all that, I'm going to become an adventurer like you, traveling far and wide. I imagine I'll start by heading to Mericidia, or the New World, just to find myself a ship first. Just need to find myself a ship first. Man, I don't like where this is going. Ah! Oh frick, before I forget, well, it should still be fine. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just worried how you'll earn your keep now. You talk as if the science, the solution, was more than mere pretense. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me, anyway? In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Emmerich hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium district. As a former Zur de Grun, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Hainish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons like as not. In Thavnir, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Medion. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life was beginning to return to normal for the survivors. For those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish, to work and to study. Vitra was always the satrap in truth, and it's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has the complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago I would have assured his benevolence had ulterior motives, but 'tis clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vitra's kin sought release from conflict. So weary were they of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgard Sommer didn't give up. In hope, he made the journey to distant Ithirus with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. Clemens. I'm so glad the danger is past. There was nothing I could do but pray from here, so I was relieved to the point of tears when everyone made it back safely. I imagine we'll have more free time now, so I was thinking I'd study up on healing magic, that I could make myself more useful in the future. My first stop will be the Astrologicum in Ishgard. To learn about Sharlayan astrology, I must follow Oker's lead and continue to hone my skills. We may have accomplished our goal and put it behind us, but my time with the Scions provided memories that will last me a lifetime. What bliss to think I was blessed with the chance to experience such unbridled brotherly love. But now that Ogre has decided to set off without his dear brother, without the two of them together, I fear I might suffer withdrawal. Who's the brother? Oh, those two. Okay, cool. I'm so glad I was able to be here at this moment. Frick. You know, I considered continuing to follow in Hori's footsteps, but I've realized that it's time I found my own way in life, otherwise I'll never be half the man my brother is. First things first, I'm going to head to Gridani to visit the Conjurers Guild and the Archers Guild. I'll do my very best to brush up on my skills before I see you again. Coltonet. Far too much blood has been spilt and far too many lives lost. Still, I am glad I was able to do something to repay those who showed me a path to the future. Not that our job is over, of course, far from it. There is much that remains to be done before true and lasting peace can be achieved. To that end, Hori and I mean to set off for Corvos. We expect that the tensions between the Garlands and the Corvosi will only flare more with the Empire's fall. I still remember the day we sparred together as though it was yesterday. To think how far we have all come since then. Even now, I have not abandoned my dream of besting you in single combat, of a friendly nature, of course. Though I clearly do not hold a candle to the Warrior of Light at present, I shall continue to train diligently that one day you might consider me an equal. Oh, so, might you have a moment to talk? With the Scions stepping away from the public eye, I have been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I've decided I will be assisting her in the rebuilding of the students of Baldesi. Not only am I indebted to Master Galuf for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would never have set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become caretaker of the tower, never become a Scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps, mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise, to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Let's go. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you to the unknown. Do you recall in the realm of the Omicrons, when I asked you if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? Well, 'tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor, there needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. Ha! I'll hold you to that. As much as we have already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows, perhaps we will even encounter survivors of the Omicrons, somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler, awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find a new purpose. A new dream. For if the crystal can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you will be the first to know. Stole. Oh, are we saying our farewells, too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I am adverse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I'd been meaning to ask you, something that has been on my thoughts since the last flames of the final days subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Ethris and the ancients, glimpses of the Ea, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape in interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well-intentioned the rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity, yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Ea, and the ancients, and so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be less a polished work and more a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leaves. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown, or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. Ha ha ha. I don't want this to be over. You were but an amateur adventurer when we first met, but look at you now. You've grown into quite the fine young lass, just as I always knew you would. One might say I ought to settle down in my old age, but seeing you now has set my adventurous spirit ablaze once more. But the first journey I set out upon will be a long-awaited hot springs tour with my dear friend Home. There has been naught but chaos since the Telafroi first appeared. Towers, lunar primals, the Empire, the final days, yet we have weathered it all and lived to see the sunrise on a new day. And now that peace is returned, I can finally resume my travels with my grandfather. Perhaps we will go first to Kugane to relax in the Bolkaisen hot springs. That might be nice. Of course, my journey will not simply be for pleasure. I will collect information on the territories I travel. Perhaps I shall visit Naxia via Doma. So, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you haven't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald, and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlie and two may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but the localized crises should be well within the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. The signs are no longer needed. Which isn't to say we won't help out where we can, of course, as individuals. No more of this order nonsense. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphino. They were among the worst affected and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though, that I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. Think you can keep up with me? You asked for it, so you'd better watch out. Oh yes. The next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Soon thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis none the less occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loporrits embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Ethers. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with a forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loporrits hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Hydaelyn, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of this star, and 'tis Venat's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible and inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I'd call it friendship. I did not wish to presume. I would be honored should they consider me a friend, for 'tis certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the signs of the seventh dawn, to my incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus indeed I do proffer my humble support, be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder across stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. We'll do Alpha No last. He's been with us the longest. Well, technically, Thancred has. Oh, Sue, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? Yeah. I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Charlene, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your early exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out. You did the right thing. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldesion. Through our work, Charlene will strengthen its ties with other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Ojika and our other remaining members. Together, we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. At such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel alert for the task itself. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. It was pretty useful, keeping me alive. That was kind of important. Oh, Sue, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlene. Both Alize and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the El Sabard contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief efforts, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald, among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for sailing Licinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces, and though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts that we might better help them begin anew. You'd best write me too. Write you letters? Of course I would be glad to do so. But I would be gladder still were you to come and visit, and I believe I speak for Alize as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me, in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you, in good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Sue, from the bottom of my heart. I don't want to be done. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, then I'm thinking to send everyone off. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys till next we meet. Be well. Argos.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loperids. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Rads at Han, will you not?
Aye, for Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Fin. Yet stand tall, my friend, our journey will never end.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night, the beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
You have completed the main scenario quest Endwalker. Quests to unlock new content have now become available in Old Charlian. Additionally, you may now enter the Dead Ends with a party of NPC avatars to make use of this feature area. Rest well, champion of Ethris, for many and more adventures await you. Oh, Argos. Nice. How fitting that should I get to the point that should I get to a point I get of all the friggin' ones to pull, I pull the Nightmare Mount. also picked up some cards from the gold saucer. I could work on the book, but I gotta be honest, I'm really not feeling it. Where do we go? Where do we go? We could go to just Old Charlie and call it a day. I do want to go to a market board. Yeah, there's one in Charlotte. MGG. It appears my calculations were correct. I knew at this very spot I would encounter none other than Sue, the hero who saw us through the final days. So certain was I of my math that I stood here for. Well, let's not concern ourselves with that. I am NGG, assistant professor to one Professor Claudian. We work with the Aetioscope to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our capabilities to unravel. The strange crystal we but recently discovered, for instance, defies our very conjecture. You've been to the center of the star and far beyond it, however, so we hope that you may see something in this crystal that we academics do not. I beg you lend us your well-traveled eye at Aporia. Professor Claudian will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Healing raid. That could be something. I'm also gonna go ahead and pick up the bounties. So we gotta go to Aporia. I believe that's down south, if you will. Employed by Tatari's. Yeah, it does not recognize you. Good morning to you, my lady. Come to see Taru's boutique in the flesh, no doubt. Might interest you in one of our world famous silk socks. They're so comfortable you won't even realize you're wearing them. What's that? You're an acquaintance of the proprietress? Heavens, you're the Sue. Mr. Satari has told me all about you. Come to think of it, I was to inform her immediately if you happen to stop by. Please wait just a moment. I'll go and fetch her immediately. Yes. There you are, Sue. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Business is booming and I can hardly keep up. Not that I'm complaining, it feels as if only yesterday I was welcoming you as my first customer, yet look at us now. But I'm sure you're wondering why I wish to speak with you. Yep. I have a surprise for you, a gift, in fact, a gorgeous, exclusive, and above all, properly registered Island Sanctuary. You heard that right. I, Taru, am presenting you with your very own island. I know you will be tempted to demur with, "Are you certain?" or "You're far too kind." Quite certain, and yes, I know. But I hope you can accept this gift in the spirit of friendship. I have seen the weight of the burdens you carry firsthand, after all. You rose to become the champion of Eorzea, and now a hero known across the star and beyond, which leaves very few places where you might be free of duty and expectations. As I considered where you might find such an oasis, an idea washed over me like an oncoming tide: the sea. And an island paradise with naught but the serenity of nature for moms, even you should be free to relax. So what do you say? Yes? 1,000 times yes? What are you waiting for? Toss me in the hold and set sail. It's good to hear we're of the same mind. Truly, there is no time like the present to be on our way. We make for the Morrowby dry docks. Look for Baldin, a skipper near the Aetheryte. He should be expecting us. I like how it's snowing. I wish it was snowing here, but it's not. Sad times. Oh, frick. Hello, how may I help you? You're Kensuraki, aren't you? Yep. Haha, I thought I recognized that heroic mien. How wonderful to meet you. The name's Osmond. I'm a gleaner, as you may have surmised, mostly specialized in the collection of rare and curious books, and it would seem fate has brought us together. My work has given me an appetite for well-crafted stories, you see, but recently I've struggled to find any truly engaging material. So I thought to myself, Self, why waste all this time bemoaning the lack of quality literature when you could be writing the exact kind of tales you enjoy? Which is why I'm so excited to be speaking with the vaunted champion, Sue. If I could convince you to share with some of the minutiae of your adventures, it would lend my fiction an undeniable authenticity. Minutia, that's what that was. Dragon Song of War, Resistance Fighters of Alamigo and Doma. At the time I was just starting out. Well, that was a complete waste of... Osmond, are you actually chatting? Scholar above, it's a miracle, and here I thought you capable of little more than grunts and sighs. May I introduce a shallow Moor, my colleague and eternal tormentor. Oh, come now, it's just a bit of playful banter. Triss Ascent and I could use some good humor after failing to track down our quarry. I'll be damned! I can arrange that. Sue, this is an honor and an incredible stroke of luck. You are the very person we've been searching for. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I can explain the situation at hand. As you know, Charlene was charged in antiquity with fulfilling a sacred duty, a duty which kept the gleaners buzzing to and fro like angry hornets. We would complete one grueling list of procurements only to be handed yet another, then another. The work was all we knew. But now that those days are behind us, the tasks have slowed to a trickle, and we find ourselves, well, strangely idle. Thus the guildship, in its wisdom, has forged a partnership with the Adventurers Guild. We now have a system in place where odd jobs from other countries can be funneled here to us in Charlian. The tasks they pass on to us are, for the most part, not your average gleaner can handle. There is one client, however, who has asked for you specifically, and as the Adventurers Guild has no official presence in our city, we agreed to the odd job of facilitating that request. Think of us as their substitute Charlian branch, if you will. In any case, I'll be here at the counter, urging to provide you with the details. It doesn't appear to be an urgent matter, so feel free to engage the request whenever your schedule allows. Oh, and be sure to browse Trissasant's wares. He has a special selection available for anyone who takes part in our odd job enterprise. Sue, I didn't quite get the chance before Shalamore commandeered the conversation, but I wanted to thank you for indulging me with your stories. Do you think we might talk again sometime? I should love to hear how this odd job of yours turns out. Of course, my friend. As a result of the partnership between the Adventurers Guild and the Gleaners Guildship, you are now able to accept an odd job from Shalamore at the Peristyle. So, Sue, does this mean you found a spare moment in your busy god-slaying agenda? Yep. Wonderful. We actually have a letter addressed to you from Mistress Momodi. Ah, yeah! Go ahead and read through that, and I'll dig up the link pearl I'm to use to convey your reply. Dear Sue, I hope this letter finds you well and still taking guild jobs, because we've got one here with your name on it. Ordinarily, I wouldn't bother you with something like this, but the client is a personal attendant to Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnama, and I'm guessing that piqued your curiosity as much as it did mine. Let Shalamore know if you can make it over to Ulda, and I'll set up a meeting with this lady-in-waiting. I'm told it's nothing urgent, so at your earliest convenience. Momodi. What are we thinking? Yay or nay? One does not simply refuse Mistress Momodi. I'll take that as assent then. Let me make the call. And done. Our tiny taskmaster is making arrangements as we speak. She says the lady you're to meet is a Lalafell by the name of Kokoshu, light brown hair, green eyes. She should be awaiting you outside the quicksand by the time you arrive. Fair fortune and safe travels. Who would stand before me but the savior of the very star, the immemorable ender of the end? Your deeds are sung far and wide, my friend. As I understand it, your quest for the world's salvation brought you to Charlie, and I, too, am here on a quest of sorts, the quest for musical inspiration. Oh, wait. Alas, magnificent though this repository of knowledge may be, I find there is only so much inspiration I can derive from tomes. But where tomes alone fail to inspire, living words may yet spark the imagination. So I beg you, will you not regale me with the tale of your quest to deliver the star? If such an adventure isn't fit to be an epic, I would not know what is. Drawing upon your first-hand account and the knowledge I attain here, I believe that I shall be able to weave the most marvelous of verses. Should you be willing, pray let me know, and I shall continue my research here in the meantime. Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, let me tell you a story, my friend. Oh, what manner of thrilling adventurer might this be? Good gods, a battle on the moon with Zodiac, eldest and mightiest of primals. I pride myself on my imagination, but your feats transcend aught my mind could possibly conceive. Against all odds, you struck down the pursuant being, the puissant being. Yet triumph quickly turned to tragedy, for Zodiac's fall proved to be the trigger for the final days. Yes, yes, the words well up within me. Pray lend them an ear. Born of ancient men, a divinity was freed. Their hopes unrequited, they knew no reprieve. Born of mortal men, a champion did arise, ascending to the heavens, ruination to defy. That the ancients should sacrifice half their number to save the star. The strength of their resolve makes me tremble in admiration, even as it saddens me to think that one of their own would seek to lay it all to waste, so deep was his despair. Not having lived their lives, I feel decidedly unworthy to speak of their hearts. Better that the whole truth remain with you, and you alone. Let it suffice for me to honor a fragment of their hopes and dreams in song, that their lives and sacrifice may ever be remembered. Heidelin. That was a sad fight. This promises to be a most rousing adventure. You have no idea. In order to prove your readiness to avert the final days, you undertook a trial imposed by no less a being than the will of the star, Heidelin herself. It staggers the mind to imagine such an encounter, to say not of the thousands of years that Venat had resolved to wait. Yes, I dare say I have a song. You will listen to it now, of course? Yes. Though eons apart, two kindred souls met. Apart they would walk, all life to protect. Eons thence their paths would converge, as goddess and mortal, to silence the dirge. For time beyond counting, Heidelin awaited for you in patience and faith, and when at last you were reunited, even as she desperately wished for you to surpass her, she knew she could not hold back, and did not. Hers was an unenviable burden, a noble sacrifice. Tears well in my eyes to imagine the hardships she has had to endure. But it comforts me to know that her long journey was not in vain, that her hopes passed on to you. This tale is an epic among epics, and full honored am I to have been given the chance to weave a song for it. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Now, end singer. Hi, Mecca. I'm doing pretty good. I wanted to add you as a friend, but I don't. You might be on a different data center, so I couldn't add you. Sorry. I'm doing great though. I just finished the main story quest for Endwalker, and I'm sad. A battle at the edge of existence, you say, against a fearsome being known as the Endsinger. It goes without saying that I should like to hear about this. Pray recount to me the tale of your mission from beginning to end. Good gods. I had known about the chaos of the final days, but never could I have imagined that the events which brought them about. I do wonder, though, where might this Ultima Thule be located? Lest you misunderstand, I speak not of its physical location. If we wish to know that, I dare say we could have coordinates from the Lupperits. Nay, my friend, what I speak of, rather, is its essence. According to your description, 'tis a space where emotions dictate reality. It seems to me that in such a place it would be nigh impossible to draw a line between what is real and what is felt. In nature, there is a phenomenon wherein the structure of a massive object may resemble that of something diminutive. Might it not be possible, then, that the structure of the sea of stars resembles that of the heart and mind, of the complex mechanisms that govern our feelings? On the assumption that it is so, I am led to wonder, what was the true nature of the Endsinger? What was it exactly that you defied at the edge of existence? These are just These are just the wild ramblings of a minstrel. Pray do not lose sleep over it. Yeah, it was really good. I'm sad, but it was really good. Yeah, I'm on the Hyperion data center. Yeah, I'm in, like, these aren't main story quests that I'm doing now. I instead am trying to 100% the game, so I'm going through and completing as many quests as possible and all sorts of stuff. So it's gonna be banging. Still, I must say that the idea of an entity that hoards despair has quite roused my imagination. For instance, had the Endsinger succeeded in gathering but a few more stars worth of despair, nay, perhaps even that of a few more souls, might the outcome have been different? Yes, I believe I shall explore such an eventuality in song. The light of hope kindled by your comrades is brilliant. Alas, so dark is the despair you face, not even that light can pierce it. An inexorable verse of oblivion, performed at the farthest reaches of existence. I shall name it the Endsinger's Area. Ha ha ha. Okay, so I could pick up a few more blue quests here. Yeah, I think we'll do that one. cutting the cheese. Okay, I'm not gonna pick it up. I need to go to Ul'dah and meet with someone at the Adventurers Guild. Mistress Momodi has sent for me, and I must answer the call. Always. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh yeah. We also have a friggin' ton of other jobs to get to. This is the lovely lady I am supposed to be meeting, but yeah, I have a whole lot of these stuff to do, as well. Kojin. Yeah, I still gotta work on those. Get the mounts, baby. Mistress Kenstraki, I presume? I am Kokoshu. But let us be clear from the outset, I am not your true client. The personage who wishes to engage your services is the Sultana, Nanamo Olnamo herself. Firstly, however, pray allow me to explain the request itself. Then you can decide whether or not you wish to proceed. I trust you recall the tunnels beneath the city of Ul'dah. Yes. It was not a very fond time. I speak, of course, of the Sildin's subterrane, the passages and waterways through which you made your escape from the city of that ill-fated victory banquet. It seems that one of the tunnel sections collapsed during the commotion, and a crew comprised primarily of immortal flames has since been put to work on the repairs. In the process of restoring the masonry, however, they have come across an unexpected gate. It was described as antique in design, inscrutable in purpose, and sealed shut by some mystical force. The report appeared of great interest to the Sultana, and she has expressed a desire to investigate the strange portal firsthand. Furthermore, she feels that Master Tarpon and the like are overprotective and will prevent her from exploring to her heart's content. But are we then to send her Royal Majesty into potential peril without a trusted escort? You see my dilemma? As the proven champion of the Eorzea and veteran of countless heroic endeavors, it is to you whom we would entrust the Sultana's safety, besides which she would have it no other way. Her Majesty's wish is my command. Thank you, Mistress Kenstraki. It will mean a great deal to Her Majesty. Please wait here, and I shall inform the Sultana of your decision. Sue, thank you for coming. I greatly appreciate you indulging this selfish request of mine. I should hope for the sake of your adventurous spirit, however, that the mystery at hand proves more intriguing than odious. Kokoshu spoke broadly of what to expect, yes? Then allow me to add a few details to the story. According to the report, the gate bears an intricate, flowery design. The flames were unable to ascertain its origin or significance, but I have seen such a motif before. The very same design adorns a key in my possession, the last gift I was ever to receive from my dear departed parents. I recall the ceremony at which it was presented, and their promises to take me to the place the key unlocked once I had come of age. They spoke excitedly of the choices I might make, of the things I would behold on my chosen path, but they were called away to Thal's halls long before that day would arrive. With mother and father gone, I despaired of ever learning the key's purpose, and now this portal is found. Surely you understand why I cannot leave it unopened. There could be anything behind that gate. You see, I knew I could count on your enthusiasm. How reassuring it would be to have a veteran adventurer at my side. Not that I distrust Papa Sean or Pippin, of course, but if I told them, they would only seek to dissuade me from my course. As for Kokoshu, she was the first I brought into my confidence. She is, after all, my lady-in-waiting, and serves as my double when I am away. I hadn't wished to involve anyone else, but she flatly refused to cooperate unless I enlisted a reliable escort. Thus, here we stand, and though I regret the need to have you complicit in my subterfuge, the idea of exploring with you has me giddy with anticipation. If you could make your way directly to the excavation site in central Thanalan, the foreman there has been instructed to permit you entrance. Considering the tunnels reach all the way to the palace, security protocols dictate that we receive reports anytime someone enters the ruins. I will take that as my signal to join you via the secret passages, of course. Now, let us make our preparations. We should, as you say, be ready for anything. She's adorable. Yes, I remember coming out here. Mistress Kensraki, Lady Kokoshu, says that you are to have unrestricted access to the ruins for some matter of confidential assignment. I wonder, does this have anything to do with what they found in that collapsed section, or... never mind that. I'm not meant to ask any questions. The rubble's been mostly cleared away. Please do watch your footing down there. But please do watch your footing down there. Wouldn't want you tripping over a loose rock in the gloom. Thank you, my friend. What the frick? Variant dungeons are a unique type of duty featuring branching paths. By exploring these choices alongside the quest character, you will gradually reveal new elements of the overarching story. Unlocking certain branches may require some detective work. Whenever you complete a path, a new story entry will be added to the journey associated with the dungeon, so keep at it until you discover all the forks in the road. The difficulty of a variant dungeon is automatically adjusted to provide a challenge for parties between 1 to 4 players. You can group up with friends, make use of the party matching option, or put your solo's player skills to the test. Victory will require effort and attention, but it is entirely possible to complete these dungeons alone. To allow for greater freedom in role choices, variant dungeons grant players the use of special variant actions. These actions mimic existing abilities such as Cure or Rampart, alleviating the need for dedicated tanks, DPS, or healers. Each player has 2 actions available for use during the dungeon, and these can be changed at any time in the Dungeon Finder window. You can enter a variant dungeon via the VNC Dungeon Finder window, which is accessed by speaking with the NPC at the dungeon entrance, or by selecting the option from duty in the main menu. The standalone window serves all your variant dungeon needs, whether you wish to read story discoveries, set your variant actions, or make changes to the dungeon settings. Huh. I need this. This is my gear. Target to. Okay, so we got Spirit Dart, Variant Cure. This places yourself at the top of the enemies. Huh. That's the one I can't take, sad. Let's do it. The Sildin Subterrane. Gates, it would seem we have a choice to make. Do your instincts pull me if I were to listen to mine? Pick the same gate, that settles that then. Be so kind. Test of your metal, I see. Well done. Not mice, not mice. It's definitely not mice. God's my poor heart. Strange to think these granite pipes lie unseen, just joms beneath the streets of Ul'dah. The culvert has been positively clogged. Would more water flush it out, I wonder? Well, that redirected the water flow. 'Tis the first I've seen such mechanism at work. Oh boy. Where do you suppose that water went to? Why would a hecato should be down here? Seems disinclined to let us pass peacefully. Supply games, mind the barrel tops. Must be a reason for those markings. Go for it. This is actually pretty tough. Oh. Victory is yours. I'm blessed to keep company with such a formidable ally. He's wonderful after the stuffy closeness of those tunnels. Our respite was short-lived, I see. My key was not made to open this gate. Just 2 eyes are needed to see. To see 2 eyes. Some men are riddle, do you suppose? 2 eyes is it metaphorical? That seemed to do the trick, though the riddle itself yet confounds me, a puzzle for another day. Such fluffy, puffy flowers. Oh boy, another boss fight. Where are we? Soapy sidekick. Silky. Wait a minute. Isn't that the name of the rat from Overlord? I know this creature. This is Silky, a familiar which cleansed the palace once upon a time. Strange its aether feels awfully well familiar, if you would pardon the pun. Silky's tough. Squeaky right. See the bubbles around its puff? That must be how it channels its cleansing magic. Ow. Very nice. Those posts in a row. You had best keep on your toes. Frick. I really shouldn't have bothered with whatchamacallit, the resurrection, because frick. Because I can't resurrect myself, so it doesn't really matter. Total wash. carpet beater. All of the vulnerability stats are finally gone, yes. Oh, Keltman is done again. That's good. Frick. More vulnerability again. Nice. I gotta remember to dash to him after those. That's attacks brutal. Oh. The Silky's Aether, it had the exact same feel as Mother's. Oh boy. Ah, what a beautiful garden. See how the sunlight falls upon the flowers just so. Mother must have wanted to protect this place. Why else set the Silky to guard it? Imagine her coming here with Father to simply sit and enjoy the tranquility. A shelf full of cutlery and a table made for two. This is a haven of joyful memories. Mother, Father, I will do all in my power to see the sanctuary remains unspoiled. Whilst I should like to linger still, I fear POPOTO will soon notice my absence. Let us be away. all done with your assignment then? Yep. Glad to hear it. I'll inform the workers that they're free to head back into the tunnels. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message for you from Lady Kokoshu. She wishes to meet you by the quicksand upon your return to Ul'dah. Safe travels. Oh, thanks. Goodness. Oops. Oof. Welcome back, Mistress Kensuraki. As Kokoshu might say, 'tis I, Nanamo. Did I fool you? My lady-in-waiting yet plays the role of Sultana, but we reasoned it odd if Kokoshu were to enter my chambers and never emerge. Thus the disguise, it also affords me a way to speak with you without the usual royal fanfare. This royal expedition, that was rather more taxing than I had anticipated. What I had planned as a simple sating of curiosity has given me much to consider. I thought I had come to terms with the loss of my parents, that I was content with the few faint memories I had. Yet walking into that beautiful secluded garden, and seeing the traces of themselves they left behind, forced me to acknowledge the grief I hid away as a child, and carry locked within my heart even now. Such revelations aside, I cannot help but dwell upon the force which mother and father made of the choices I would make, the paths I would take. Other places of import yet lurk behind those portals, of that I am certain. Yes, I should very much like to conduct a more thorough exploration when time and circumstance permit. Of course, aid me in mapping out this underground enigma, and you will find me a very grateful Sultana. At this very moment, however, there are several dreary affairs of state which demand my attention. I believe Kokoshu wishes a word before you depart, so pray abide here a while, if you would. Keep well, Sue, and we shall meet again soon. Welcome back, Mistress Kensuraki. Lest you wonder, I promise I am the real Kokoshu this time. I'm Kyulfufu, Kokoshu's assistant and fellow trusted confidant. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. As part of Her Majesty's inner circle, I simply had to come along to offer my thanks in person. Yes, we are most grateful for your steadfast presence. I worried that what would happen when the Sultana first laid out her rather reckless plan, yet she has returned to us not only unharmed, but invigorated. For the sake of Her Majesty's well-being and our continued peace of mind, we hope that you will agree to further forays at her side. We were also informed by Mistress Momoni that the Gleaners Guildship was instrumental in facilitating our request. When next you visit Charlene, please do pass on our warmest regards to Shallow Moor. to Charlian. Then we'll go to Aporia. Then we'll go to the Morabri dry docks. We'll need to get the cutting the cheese one eventually. Really need to use the teleport, but whatever. I'll finish with the job then soon. Mistress Momodi called to thank us and let us know that you'd arrived on Ul'dah. So, the little lady in waiting sends her regards as well, does she? They sure know how to make a girl feel appreciated. Oh, I should probably give you a nudge in Osman's direction. He's been scanning the crowd every few moments, hoping you'd be back to regale him with the tale of your odd job adventure. If you have the time, I'm sure he'd be thrilled with any scrap of story you care to share. Record is now available with Fiends. The answers will be added as long as you complete each possible route through the variant dungeon. So, how fare your adventures? You wouldn't happen to have anything to share, would you? Yeah, I got you, homie. The Sildan Subterrane. I'm passing familiar with its history. And Mistress Melodi's client had you exploring this network of tunnels and aqueducts? Yup. Passing by your description, this mysterious gate's floral motif sounds very much like Gerbera, a daisy, or daisy as some prefer to call it. Shalomore is our resident botanical expert, so I can only tell you what she's told me. The Gerberas are a common sight in Ul'dah, having adapted to thrive in Thanalan's arid climate. I've also read that the royal house of Thorn had something of a special relationship with these blossoms. And was it not during the Thorn dynasty that the Sildin waterways were purged of zombies? Curious, the Thorn's shadow flickers, ever present at the edges of your tale. I understand you are not at liberty to tell me everything, but even the abridged account has been absolutely captivating. A sealed gate, the hidden paths which lie beyond, the kind of perilous locales a poor combatant such as myself would read about, but never hope or wish to visit. Deep beneath Ul'dah do mighty guardians dwell, but what have they been placed to protect? It practically bleeds intrigue. Yes, I'm ready to write my adventure epic, and it will be set in the dank passageways of the Sildin Subterrane. But let me think a moment. Anything lurking in moldy aqueducts for an extended length of time would surely deteriorate as rust or decay set in. Putting aside the question of how long they've been down there, it is not reasonable to expect the inhabitants were once far stronger. Perhaps strong enough to challenge even the indomitable Sue, eh? With you as my muse, this book will write itself. Now, hold on now. Like, Criterion Dungeon. guess we'll go with that one instead. My 5th name day, my parents gifted me with a key wrought in silver, but not with the knowledge of what it opened. When you are a woman grown, we will take you to the precious place this key protects, Mother had explained. Father had nodded, saying it was where slumbers the memories which neither we nor Odla should ever forget. I, a child of 5, understood only that I was being forced to wait for my true present. Oh, how I had sulked and fumed back then. Yet now I cling to that fading recollection with desperate fingers, like a failed merchant to her dwindling coin purse. 'Twas too soon after, when Mother and Father were called away to Thal's eternal halls. Their sudden absence left me hollow and dazed. My ascension to the throne followed by tortuous days of uncertainty steeped in sorrow. It seemed I stumbled across the desert, the sands burning one moment, freezing the next. All thought of keys and secret places were cast aside, forgotten. Why had they entrusted such a precious gift to a daughter so young? Had they foreseen the accident which would befall them? Or had some other factor influenced their actions? Their true intentions are lost to time. There is only one thing I can know for certain, that the key was left in my hands for a good reason. Very interesting. Ample appreciation. Ooh, that looks quite nice. We only have 3 though. Yikes. It's solar. Interesting. Okay, we'll have to continue that later. We're going to Aporia now to do some magical adventures. Greetings, Sue, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure NemGG has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I'm Claudian, leader of this little research collective. I must admit, I have been nervous about this meeting ever since NemGG set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there is no greater an honor than to meet the first woman in history to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale. This professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other in Charlian, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single woman, we must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from her, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the 3 of us for moons. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the anti-tower in the Dravanian hinterlands. There we spoke with Heidelin and learned of the fate that would befall the star, the final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and through the Aetioscope did we continue our vigil. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during the routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Fortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus to the Exodus. Towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets, and now we would have you see for yourself. Here is the crystal in question. If it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. Memory abides within this crystal. As I thought you do know what this is, please tell me everything. I see the Ascians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages, memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards on the battlefield, or storage stones passed from master to student. Comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? Ascend memories, windows through which we can gaze the convocation of 14. Like the crystal and Sue story, this one does not bear the mark of the convocation. Who then could these memories belong to? More importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea? Professor Claudian. Yes. I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there is propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time? Yes, of course, our guest. Terribly sorry. I do easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. If anyone, message come. Pandemonium, please. Faces, grave threat, star in danger. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? Pandemonium. 'Tis not a word I have heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons, not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact breezing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memory to hand. Namgigi, Rusano, I trust the procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As for you, Sue, there's a person I would have you seek, the one who has delivered so dire a warning. The story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip into the past, to an era before the Sundering. And only of one individual capable of such feat, the very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and their veracity has been a subject of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that you are the real deal. So I ask you now, return to the past, find out what and where Pandemonium is, and if we need be concerned by this message. Thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again soon to share our findings. Very interessant. Yeah, this is a good one. Triple triad. Welcome, my lady. If you wish to go to the ocular, I should be glad to escort you. So loud. If receives this message. Come, Pandemonium. Quickly. Oof. Could it be? No, of course not. Apologies for the, but for the briefest moment, I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now such a notion is preposterous. She told me a falling star would appear before me, and I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis's observers. Rather, I am come here on an assignment which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what brought you here, for it is plain that you do not belong here, or any place I know for that matter. I'm also here on an assignment. Are you here to investigate Pandemonium, perchance? It would not surprise me should we share a purpose. If so, we may be able to help one another, but first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? As you see, I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand this is an uncommon occurrence. I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear that there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandemonium. The facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the words of La Habrea. It houses those creations which are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of surrounding ether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandemonium ceased. Oh boy. I'm here as a representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation, and have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we should do next? Yes, please do. Excuse me. During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. These can be exchanged for equipment by speaking with Melanie in Poria or Dejol in Rods at Han. Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways from the falling star I've been waiting for so long for. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with a friend I mentioned earlier. She had also noticed the anomaly near Pandemonium, so it only seemed natural that we should investigate it together. However, she eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities, it could only raise questions, you see. I decided to go along, but she left me with these words: "Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you." While I could not comprehend her meaning at the time, I believe now I understand. She does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, her hints of what to come are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say that I'm grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we first must gain permission from the words of La Habrea for entry into Pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker awaiting at Anagorsis. This is Pandemonium. It's looking like that's Pandemonium. What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance with the convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe the Pandemonium. I shall register your aether for records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please. Now that it was a painless process, I take this as a sign that we are meant to conduct our investigations together. Of course, while you've been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Those who conduct their work within Pandemonium are called warders, for their role with respect to the creatures within. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Habrea has deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, entering them within the facility. Those who spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandemonium is a frightful place. I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with utmost haste. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from there. Then I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss of late. The warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in the aether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea. Whoops. I see. It appears La Habrea is kept well abreast of things going on. Of the goings on here, then. Hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries but asking, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Habrea. Do you know? Oh, the stories I could tell you. You are no mere familiar, are you? Master Libre is not known for being generous with his time. That one would have stories of his company almost beggars belief. Regardless, while I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the convocation. Take care of you, that your actions do not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandemonium. The noose that will take us there is on the eastern bank of Leith. Let us delay no further. Go ahead and scout this out. It's the last place that hasn't been scouted by me. Research is the small facility, unlike their colleagues, in that they seek to manifest new creations without the aid of creation magics. Their natural breeding program pairs creatures with different characteristics, relying purely on chance to conceive heretofore unimagined possibilities. Neat. Contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but is it true that you have met Mahabre in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. We shall come to know each other in time, I wager, or else why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? It is much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave a point as I had imagined. Alas, 'twas a fleeting and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone or something is tampering with the protections. It is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not. There is no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could the moment we arrived. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. The first course of action should be to seek one out wherever they may be. However, there is something you must know. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protections will rapidly crumble before the force assailing. Were there another way, I would gladly choose it, but let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope that I can rely on your strength to see us through. Of course, you have my promise. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to at least lend a touch of magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your aether as a basis for illusory allies that will fight at your side. Perhaps 7 shall do, not exactly an army, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Then so it shall be. Now, what I wonder awaits us in Pandemonium's pitless halls. Intriguing. That's going in, I can just go ahead and come on over here. So, are you? The little mistress told me to expect you. She said she'd be along shortly herself, but, speak of the devil. So, I thought I'd dress light for our voyage, given the notorious humidity of the 7 Isles. I trust everything is in order, Baldwin? Alright, just give me a holler when you're ready to set sail. Nothing to fear where we're going, not since any marauder with an ounce of sense in them hung up their axe. This whole island sanctuary business came about from the Admiral reckoning we needed something to do. Now piracy's off the table, matter of fact, just look at me, a bloody stand-up citizen ferrying folks around. Any road, you're packed rather light for a venture of this sort. You do realize you're responsible for bringing your own tools and supplies. Not to worry, we'll procure everything there. You'll what now? How in the hells do you plan to do that? I have a little something in mind. Let's say the idea was good enough to land us our permit. Is that so? Well, best of luck to you both. I'm sure you're just itching to see your new domain, so I'll fill you in on all the juicy details once we arrive. Make your preparations. We leave port the moment you give the word. I'll be waiting for you on the ferry. I need to sell that friggin' plate, emerald plate. Sue, look towards the horizon. Beautiful, isn't it? There's nothing like a sea voyage to rekindle the adventuring spirit. So what do you think? This untamed isle is yours to cultivate as you see fit, or not, as it were. If nothing else, think of it as your personal hideaway, a not so secret. The refreshing caress of the wind, the soothing whisper of the waves, how liberating. I admit I've been looking forward to joining you here. Now this may come as a bit of a surprise, but the isle was once commandeered by a band of pirates and used as a supply base. Fortunately for us, the group disbanded years ago. The isle has since largely returned to its natural state. As you know all too well, Merlvib's never been one to sit around idly. She's had her eyes on the Seal delays, formulating plans for island settlements for years. Now that a sense of peace has settled throughout the realm, she finally decided to put those plans into motion. A chosen few have been permitted to become keepers of private islands in the vast archipelago, and you're one of them. My industrious idea of procuring all materials needed to settle here locally struck a chord with the Admiral when she read my proposal, so much so that she was happy to grant me a deed. You'll be handling the procurement, I hope. Oh, I could show you a thing or two about starting an enterprise of this magnitude, but I have something better in mind. I shall happily introduce you in just a moment, but you'll need to follow me toward a charming little clearing I've designated as your base of operations. If we simply clamber up that slope ahead, and proceed along the path, we should bump into, well, you'll see. Is it going to be Hildebrand? This place is huge. Oh. Should you have any questions regarding the development of the Isle, please keep them to yourself until pleasantry requirements are fulfilled. That's great. Amazing. Allow me to introduce you to the Felicitas Furball, the leader of your team of helpers. Well, 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 if it isn't the owner herself, it shall be my pleasure to advise you, whether you desire or not. Oh yes, I think we'll get along just fine. In addition to our feline friend here, I took the liberty of preparing a variety of other mammoths to assist with construction and development of the Isle. You'll be pleased to know that they are the latest and greatest models developed by one of the most brilliant minds in Charlian. I heard that a professor at the studio was searching for a means to make use of this advanced automata. To make a long story short, I made him an offer he couldn't refuse and managed to acquire all of them for the unbeatable price of free. I hope that doesn't skip the thing. I really just wanna go through it. Ooh. Gotta adjust my chair. nice and set up proper. I'll save them. I must. Well, what the frick? This appears to be one of the warders we seek, but I'm afraid he's in no state to answer questions. Perhaps you can bring him around. Man, if only it was 7 copies of me, that would be funny. Warder of the Condemned. First, run on the leg, my chains will catch you. I'm losing a lot of frames here. Is held by ice and flame. I got literally everything. Four suits can be traded for special body gear. Where? That was a thrilling display, and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors are spun from your aether, but even more splendidly than I had anticipated. I suppose they were cut from excellent cloth, after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears robes of a warder, and I would be very curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen. Sue, he stirs. What came over me? It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation and anger. I leapt at you, though I knew not of your intentions. Pray accept my apologies and my thanks. Had you not knocked some sense back into me, I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. I am Ericthonius, a warder of Asphodelos, Pandemonium's highest lair, and the place we're in now. One must wonder why you were so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandemonium? The creations interred within Asphodelos have been set free and stalk its halls to no end but violence. That is not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level Pandemonium is under the charge of a key ward who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master Lahabre is absolute. Yet something has gone terribly wrong. Try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized that I had become separated from my colleagues. I remember a course of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards only flashes of rage and fury, then blackness, from which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. I see, your senses may have been muddled by magics that affect the mind, perhaps the self-same ones that saw you separated from the other warders. Whatever you had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you have come here from the surface must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. Horror among horrors, so Pandemonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual, or individuals, that released its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to receive word of what has transpired here, what measures would they take? Doubtless they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandemonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps it would be wiped from existence entirely. As I thought, were the creatures to escape into the outside world, they would be untold carnage. The words of Lahabre would never risk that, despite what value the research subjects may hold. All the more reason to work with haste. If we can't expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. I'll not leave them behind. You would go alone. I won't leave the other warders to face certain doom. I know they fight for survival even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to the cells at all costs. So I must do the same. Themis, I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please say not a word of this to the convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Erythonius, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds. That being said, our investigation has only just begun, and we would be remiss to turn back ere we've made an exhaustive survey. So, for the time being, there is slightly more than resolve to rely upon. I knew you would be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than the last. More and more you remind me of my dear friend, which goes some way toward encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. So, you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. The protective magics of pandemonium yet hold, so for the moment, time is in our favor. Let's proceed upon the course you and Sue have set us upon. Themis and Sue, yes. Thank you. The warders owe you a great debt already. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with Pandemonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Now let us turn our attention to rescuing your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates in case any follow you out. Goodness, stretches for days. Determination. Ba, ba, ba. The sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor warder has made it this far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the warders and creations both? Naturally, although they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor or our untold hours of study go to waste. I dare say Library would smile to hear you say such a thing. That is, if we had cause to report this incident to him. Smile. I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth. So you have met him before? I was under the impression he rarely visited Pandemonium. I have, yes, my mentor was the previous head of this facility, that is to say, La Habrea's predecessor in the position of Chief Keyword. Her name was Athena, and she was a researcher with the words. 'Twas she who pointed me to this position, in fact. I see I did not know there was a Chief Keyword before La Habrea. Your motivation to save your research subjects is not entirely driven by the duty to the words, then. You wish also to preserve the works of your mentor. You have the right of it. I'm lacking in ideas of how to go about that, however. I'm a mere warder and cannot wield internment magics. But of course I can hardly expect you to be versed in the magics we use here. If you recall, during our battle earlier, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Internment is a more refined and powerful magic based upon the same principles. While both are used to keep our subjects docile, only the keyword of each tier is permitted to use internment. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect. Fascinating, though I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft actually. La Habrea himself established their foundation, if I recall. While shackles are meant to bind an object in place for a short time, internment freezes the very space around it for as long as the caster wills. Indeed, while the illusory beings you summoned in our fight suggested as much, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Perhaps you've already mastered the art of internment, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I'm afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understanding of how the invocations interact with natural laws that would be needed to cast said spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well versed in various magics, I would be ill-advised to assume the duties of keyword without instruction. That being said, if I were to learn more of the internment and its inner workings, perhaps. Well, you have a warder right next to you. Well, the solution is obvious when you put it like that. You implied that what prevented you from performing internment was lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with my own? Would the spell succeed then? I can't say for certain. I've never heard of such things being done. I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep, and we would have to start over. You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spells cast so many times that their motions have been burned into my memory. I won't disappoint. Very well, let us work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test out our methods on one of the escaped creatures, though I suppose there's the matter of finding one. It would be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I would prefer to engage a single creature that Sue could dispatch on her own if the spell were to go awry. I agree, and I may have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing the hippocampus wandering the waterways during my flight. Perhaps it's still there. A few of the subjects housed in the Asphodelus are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests. Then that shall be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with the internment magics, the creature should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task. As dependable as ever, once you have given it a thorough trouncing, we shall bind this hippocampus with the keyword's magic. Until then, my illusions shall fight by your side. The hippocampus will be all alone. but it's a daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around it, and it will be at home amidst the waterways. Steel yourself for a fight. Oh, that's convenient. Oh, goodness. This thing looks pretty neat, but also whack at the same time. Almost out of the freaking... vulnerability. That's its head comes off, have care. Just when I thought I was not going to be vulnerable anymore, I become vulnerable. Oof. Oh, I forgot I have to turn it. Turn the book. Well, I got literally all of the gear. Know that you are no mercenary, no mere mercenary, but to make such clean work of the hippocampus, seasoned fighters scarcely have occasion to visit Pandemonium. let alone display their skills, mastery takes all forms indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection, and no small part thanks to you two. Themis' power was more than enough to complete the internment. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper magos. Truly, I've been seeing your abilities firsthand in your fight with Sue, a big degree. Shackles is the one exception, and 'tis only because I've been forced to practice it since I was but a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible after all. Alright, we'll accept this quest, but we're going to go back to the island with Tatar. While our success is sealing away the hippocampus is certainly heartening, the fact that we have yet to see any other warders concerns me. The keyword of Asfidelis is nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what warders he could and retreated to a safe area. Let us hope so. Frick. Of course, a man named Hesperus is in charge of Asphodelos. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor to each of the warders under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourish here, in spite of my ineptitude at magic, and I have always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Furthermore, key wards are not only masters of internment, they can also bend the hallways of pandemonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I am certain that so long as Hesperus guides them, the other warders are safe. I can see why absolute control of the environs is imperative. If we face the hippocampus upon arid sands instead of waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperus is as capable and caring as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He has like as not taken your colleagues to a secure location. The safest place would be the innermost circle of Asphodelis. From there, they could flee to Abyssos, if hard pressed. Even should they have sought safe haven within the other circles, if we make for the fourth, we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed, and we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodelis, which will be essential in determining whether we ought continue down to Abyssos. The rub, of course, is that I myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix last I checked. Phoenix, I've heard that name before, a fiery bird with life eternal. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts nigh boundless restorative powers, if I recall. Truly an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however, and La Habrea has suffered countless missteps during his experiments. And he was hardly the only one. The Phoenix will be but one of many attempts at the concept gone awry. Aye, far from evoking wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus was it confined within pandemonium. Development of the concept continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned more and more, researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for La Habrea and his words. When I received word that at long last La Habrea had succeeded where so many others failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the warders of Pandemonium celebrate their master's accomplishment? I don't believe we did. The research of the words of La Habre has little consequence to our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making note of the occasion. But enough reminiscing, we must make ready for the confront of Phoenix. While it's possible that it blew off to some other wing of pandemonium, we would make that assumption at our own peril. Better to assume that we'll need to bring Asphodelus's most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over flame will avail it far less in a barren corridor than elsewhere, so it may well serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later. New dungeon. Right? What? Seems whoever is behind this can alter the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Possible, if those were creation magics at work, then that means... Let us confront that reality after we have conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we are to enter the Phoenix. Yup. I'll look something up. SP Fatalis Gear Exchange. Right. Malign Labyrinthus. We'll come back to that in a second. I want to check out the turn-in. For this. Bingo. does look quite nice. That's quite neat. This one's looks the same, but it's different. Oh, boy. Oh. It's a nice blackened color. So I don't get why everybody got the cool gear. Okay. What about this one? All these are better. And a sword that glows. Oop, frick. Oh, that's so cool looking. With those four. Well then, looks like we have a very large amount of grinding left for that. If given the chance, I think I won't do it off camera, but I don't know what it'll look like going forward, but we're definitely gonna grind it out. Why? So we can finally have like the top edge gear. That would be cool. Feels good to stretch. As I understand, the mammoths were produced in secret whilst the Forum formulated plans for the mass exodus, intended to be used as laborers on distant stars to help in constructing a new home for the people of Etheris. It seems all reason for their existence vanished when the threat to our star was erased. As you can imagine, the professor was quite conflicted over what to do with the remains of what may well have been his life's work, but after some negotiation I convinced him to entrust them to us, on the condition we share the data retrieved from the development on the Isle. Further, while I know it sounds like an ordeal and I have to procure all necessities from the island itself, there is ample practical justification for such experimentation. You see, the Admiral's vision for people from all walks of life to have access to these island sanctuaries, and my idea might just be the most effective way to accomplish that. If one has the capital at hand to purchase the materials and equipment needed for such a bold endeavor, it is simply a matter to subsist safely and comfortably in a remote location, but that limits the potential Isle keeps to a paltry few. What of those without such funds who simply wish to enjoy nature and live off the land? We must prove that such a feat is possible and assist in providing these would-be Isle keeps with the knowledge they need to succeed. Only then will these islands truly become sanctuaries. I need to turn in my book. Fret not, Mistress Tataru, with authentic Charlian ingenuity and know-how at my claw tips, the simple-minded individual despite the enhancements in vocal organ design, the mechanism will get stuck from time to time. Goodness, that's a relief, but I should leave you to get properly acquainted. I'll return to see the fruits of your partnership when they're ripe for the picking. For now, enjoy your own personal paradise. Cultivate the land or explore, the choice is yours. Cool. Yes, welcome to the island. Give the word when you're finished ogling the surroundings. Prefer to get on with this sordid business sooner than later. I should also very much like to discuss the matter of my payment. You may now visit the island sanctuary of a party member, free company member, or friend who has unlocked the feature by speaking with Balden in the Morby docks. You will be unable to visit an island sanctuary if the owner has forbidden access to their island. There is no one on the isle in question, or if the isle in question has already reached its maximum capacity. Furthermore, you must be an acquaintance's homeworld if you wish to visit their island sanctuary. You may invite party members, free company members, and friends to visit your island sanctuary once it has reached a sufficient stage of development. Cool. Your new home in the southern seas, your personal island sanctuary. Explore the wilds, build landmarks, grow crops, tend to animals, and enjoy everything this slice of paradise has to offer. No class/job restrictions. Adventurers of all inclinations can enjoy island sanctuary life regardless of crafting or gathering experience. Come as you are. Accumulate island experience by engaging in activities on your island to increase your sanctuary rank. As your sanctuary rank increases, so too will the facets of island life available to you. Realize visions for your newfound sanctuary by following a series of simple steps, and life on your island will be nothing short of perfect before you know it. Now listen, Sue. May I call you Sue? Well, I will anyway. Before we get started, I want to make it very clear that while you may be the owner, I command the mammoths, and as such I demand a considerable sum. I would hate for us to get off on the wrong foot. With that settled, beyond the slope lies a clearing that Mistress Tataru believed would serve well as a base of operations. Let's give it a look, shall we? plate. Oh yeah, I know what that's used for already. What about this? Nothing. A fine place to set up shop, would you not agree? Yes, I think it will do nicely. Now, while it has much potential, this clearing is currently as bare as a white baboon's buttocks. We need some form of shelter from the elements if we're truly to make something of the place. Mr. Tatara has told me of your exploits, but I think it safe to assume chopping down a tree with your bare hands is outside of your repertoire. Not that I'd ask you to, even if you could. We need tools for delicate work of this nature. As such, the first order of business will be to craft yourself a hatchet. You'll need 3 palm leaves and 2 stones and a branch and branches each. Follow east along the path and make your first foray into the wilderness to procure them. Should you get any funny ideas about exploring the isle and opt to leave me out here to waste in the rain, you will find my twin, the furious furball, waiting for you instead. Before you go, I have something for you. It's called the Isle Keeps Index. It helps you keep track of your projects here on the island. It can't have you running about watering mammoths instead of plants. That should be all for now. Safe travels. I'll be waiting here should you need me. If I've disappeared, it's because I've been mauled by a wild animal, I assure you. Access. You can now collect materials and more with Gather mode, which may be enabled by selecting the appropriate icon from the mode section of the Isle Keeps Index. For additional information regarding the Isle, access the index. You may perform all actions necessary to develop your island sanctuary by utilizing the modes available in the Isle Keeps Index. Finally, make use of duty, actions, mounts, and modes to become the master of your new domain. I feel like I could definitely like punch some logs or something. Just like let me do it. Wish to wander too far. Ah, yes, stones. Excellent, you've collected everything. We can move on to crafting your very first tool then, a hatchet. While you were out gathering, you could do a little more than scavenge the odd branch here and there from trees, yes? Well, that will change in just a moment. With the hatchet in hand, you may hack away at as many trees as you like to secure raw timber and tree sap. The brilliance of the hatchet's design, a design of my own making, mind you, is that even a non-mammoth like yourself can craft it with your own 2 non-mammoth hands. Isn't that wonderful? I've uploaded the blueprints for the design to your index. Go on, make the hatchet. It has been added to the sanctuary crafting log. Crafting Yes, that is indeed a hatchet. With it you can collect all the logs you could ever want or need. Let's move on to the next phase, shelter. That hatchet of yours should be able to cut through even the thick part of a palm tree, meaning you can now collect palm logs, a material vital to our soon-to-be-built haven. The first building we make shall naturally be the most important, as it will be the very foundation of our base of operations, and seeing as I have a gift for naming things, I think best we leave matters of nomenclature to myself. I hereby dub this essential facility the Cozy Cabin. My poor back. Goodness, I'm due for a healthy amount of grease after that ordeal. Anyway, prepare the land, you'll need to prepare the rest. Take the log board beside me to review the materials you'll need for the cabin. As we're building a cabin this time, and not a tool, the amount of materials required are a magnitude above that what was needed before. Take your time collecting them if you must, but not too much. Meanwhile, I'll round up the other mammoths in preparation for constructing the cabin and begin ordering them around. You know what I do best. Adorable mammoth. The construction feature is now available. Access a logboard to review the materials necessary to construct a facility and collect said materials to build it. Okay, what do we need? 10 palm logs, leaves, lines, stone, and sand. Okay. Time to go get it. It also says it on the right side there.
Mm.
just collect as much as possible. Cool. The sand. No logs on that one. Yikes. That was the sure. Sap und log. This should be the stuff right here. Bingo. Set. Bingo. Construction complete. Finally, a place to escape the occasional downpour. It's a bit rough around the edges, I'll give you. But it's home. It's technically your home, but why get fussy about the details? Just a head on the cot or call your friends over. You're free to use it as you wish. I've taken the liberty of calling a few of my own friends over, in fact, and I think you'll find them most charming. They can provide services you will undoubtedly come to find valuable. You may access the orchestration to play your favorite tunes and exchange various items with the merchants stationed outside the Cozy Cabin. As development of your island sanctuary progresses, you will earn two types of cowries. Seafarers' cowries may be earned by realizing visions, developing the isle, and performing various activities within your island sanctuary. Islanders' cowries may be earned by selling materials in your isle inventory to the enterprising exporter in the Cozy Cabin. Friends, free company members, and party members may now visit your island. Decide who may or may not enter your sanctuary by accessing the sanctuary settings from the Isle Keeps index. No further ado, go and see the Cozy Cabin for yourself. Oh. Very nice. Oh, I see.
Welcome and well met, my brave little spark. How long you've wandered, burnt bright as a star. Oh, I have waited you patiently all this time. Past every fate, now sing with me once more. Share your life, far greater than memory. Its loss and loved words cannot hold. Boundless but never overflows.
Oh. As you may have noticed for yourself already, the island receives a dreadful amount of sunlight. I suspect that's desirable for growing crops. If cultivation is your sort of thing, I suggest you speak with my subordinate, the produce producer. You'll find the indolent oaf, no doubt, loitering about north of here, finding some excuse not to do any sort of work, a privilege reserved solely for myself. The cropland may now be unlocked. Speak with the produce producer in the north of the hideaway to begin your aspirations as a farmer. I'm sort of busy here. Looking at the grass. It's quite green, I've noticed, and gonna make me clear the area, aren't you? that's really. I'm not in the mood to clear an entire ridge right now, or ever really. Okay. Oh well. Alright then, let's get it over with. Very nice. Look at me jumping with excitement, a fault in the program to be sure. Anyway, are you happy now? There's the cropland. I've even got some seeds for you to sow that once they've been planted, make sure to water them. Oh, if you have any questions, I suppose I can answer them. You can now plant seeds in the empty plots by using the sow mode, which may be enabled by selecting the appropriate icon in the index. You can now water crops by using the watering mode, which may be enabled by the index. Cool. Can you hear that? The sound of burgeoning life budding in the soil? Me neither, but I thought I'd ask anyway. You're welcome to plant more seeds whenever you like. Crops require time and water to flourish into produce. Bereft of moisture, they will cease to grow. Crops will be considered watered after it has rained. You may harvest the produce yielded by fully developed crops with the gather mode, or alternatively dispose of undesired crops with the cull mode. Vision realized. I thought it was supposed to give more things. It's been all of 5 minutes and you've already had your fill of tilling the land. What a productive little bee you are. But that I had you under my employ. Anyway, let me think of another way to make constructive use of your time. Say, do you like animals? Why do I bother to ask? Of course you do. Surely make fast friends with the creature comforter, another subordinate of mine, and one who prefers the company of animals more than its own kind. You'll find the curious fellows standing across from the produce producer. Hey there, friend. Are you ready to build a little home for some adorable animals? Build a little home for adorable animals. I'll take care of getting this pasture nice and ready for you. You just breathe in the fresh air and relax, okay? Cool, thanks. Good to see you, friend. Good to see you. We've built a nice little pasture here, but you've undoubtedly noticed we've got no animals to put in it. That's why I prepared some small nets for you here, which will let you catch small critters. A word of advice, be gentle with the animals out there, and they'll treat you the same in return. Before you go, if you have any questions concerning the pasture, I'm always here to answer them. If I've learned one thing during my brief time in this world, it's that you should never be embarrassed to ask questions, friend. Never. I'd be moving. Some chocobos. You've successfully captured an opal. And some opal buddies then. Excellent work here, there, friend. Just excellent. The pastures really come to life. Here, take this and some feed I prepared myself. I want you to have it. Try offering it to the animal in the pasture. You can now feed animals by using a feed mode, which may be enabled by the index. Cool. You did it. I'm proud of you. When an animal has been fed and looked after by its master, it will feel loved, and when the animal feels loved, it leaves a little something born from pure happenings. Leavings, I call it. Able to gather a mode from the owl, keep an index to quote leavings from animals in the pasture. You can interact with animals inside the pasture by using the pet and beckon modes. The island's swift feed recipe has been added to the sanctuary crafting log made from apples found in the island sanctuary. This feed will fill an animal's stomach, but only slightly improve its mood due to its high sugar content. The island green feed and premium island green feed recipe have been added to the sanctuary crafting log made from vegetables grown in your very own cropland. These feeds will not only fill an animal's stomach, but noticeably improve its mood. You finished with the pasture already? Very good. Very good. Let's see, perhaps next you can find a use for all the materials we'll be gathering from the animals of the cropland. We could make a workshop and craft them. Works Handicrafts, that's a fine name as any. Lest you worry, you need not concern yourself with the crafting. Nay, I'll make my subordinates do it. I enjoy watching them suffer. We're awfully pressed for space as it is, so we'll need to clear away the trees around here in order to build a workshop. For all matters concerning the wanton destruction of plant life and vegetation, the pathological pathfinders are the mammoths for the job. The hideaway may now be expanded. Speak with the pathological pathfinder Mark 1 to get started. You must be the owner. Our felicitous friend told me today is the day I can finally do the job I was created to do. Will you let me do that job? Take a seat. You're about to see something real special. And that's how you do it. Goodbye, irksome trees and plants. Hello, vegetationless land. If you like what you saw today, I'm always happy to do more. I'll just need the shells to get the necessary help. You can use the 2 plots to build a workshop, or at least that's what the furball told me to say. You can leave it as is or play around in it for all I care. If you do decide to build a workshop, you'll need plenty of limestone, and you'll break your hatchet if you try to chop a rock with it, so you should probably make a hammer. There's nothing better than a hammer for smashing things. As for the materials you need to build the workshop beats me. The felicitous furball said something about writing them all on the log boards, though. Oh, I suppose there's enough space for you to release your minions now, but I can't see why you'd want to do that. Are we, your loyal, hard-working mammoths, not enough for you? Because by releasing them, you're saying we're not enough for you. Plots of land are now available for the expansion appears possible, but you will need a sizable amount of seafarers' cowries to cover the necessary expenses. The Alkeep stone and more recipes been added to the log. Now release your minions and allow them to roam around various locations within your hideaway access. Manage minions from the Owlkeeper's index. amazing. Literally just playing Minecraft. There's sheep is... to check what that friggin' knocking was. Sitting here like, what the frig? Turns out it's my neighbor putting something in the wall, I guess. I just need a palm leaf. Where's a palm leaf? Palm, 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 palm. Palm leaf. Should do it. Very nice. See, you built a workshop. Shame I liked the place, how the place looked before. Anyway, suppose you can have a team of mammoths craft stuff now. You have them sell the items they craft. Should be become a valuable source of seafarers' calories, which you can then give to myself and other like-minded models, so we can keep doing what we do best. Oh, and before I forget, don't expect any buildings to be constructed as quickly as this one going forward. Teamwork takes are hard since there was no functioning facilities to speak of, but now that there's hardly any rush. I'm available to speak with the tactful taskmaster in the cozy cabin to set up a production schedule. Constructing a building will now require a set amount of hours Earth time to pass before it is fully constructed. Cool. All buildings aside from the cozy cabin may be moved to a different location by accessing the appropriate logboard and selecting a move facility from the menu. For additional information regarding the above features, access the guide. Maximum sanctuary rank has been increased. Raise your sanctuary rank to unlock new crafting recipes and types of buildings. Cool. This once lush land has at last begun to look like a proper civilization. Away with the trees, the bugs, the sunlight, and the sights, I say. Let there be bricks and buildings and subjects to be explored. I think it's about time I retired to the cabin. Now you may capture wild animals, sow seeds, and remove the vegetation remove what vegetation abides on this isle to build wondrous mammoth-made edifices in its stead. Since I trust each of those Pathfinder units just about as far as I can throw them, I'll tell you this myself just in case, should you wish to begin production of craftwork, speak with the tactful taskmaster. If you have any further questions or experience any trouble, I encourage you to review the Alkeep's Index. I made it for precisely such occasions after all. You have now unlocked all of the key features available in the island sanctuary. For you to cultivate the land as you see fit, create the island paradise of your dreams. Oh. Okay, so that's how that works. Cool. Okay. I don't think I need to water anything. Yeah, nothing's ready over there. Okay, so we can just keep collecting stuff. Oh, wait, we gotta turn in the book. This is kind of important. I don't even know if the book's still good. Frick. Oh wait, that's what I have. Oh yeah, I have these skill marks. Going to space, baby. 5 vulnerability stacks. I do not like. Oh, for I feel like I was killed there. Killed the Phoenix, baby. With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there is yet the matter of this arena. As you've told us, there is but one person, and As Fidelis, with the ability to and authority to wield such magics. Though fortunately it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. A contemptible display, as befits an inferior specimen. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. I imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of internment drag the Phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creators cared to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. I had hoped her suspicions were misplaced, but alas. Keyword Hesperos? Why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved Pandemonium? Pandemonium, pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you, I don't understand. Oh, Ericthonius, must you pester me with these insane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can master a theory or two with that dim-wit of yours. Then again, you have never been one for insight. Why Master Lahambrea suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand. You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you, too, from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was that all a farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? Those who are content to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential, to be son to Master Lahambrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe. But of course, it's always about Lahambrea. Silence, you're not worthy to utter his name. Once be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities, beyond your shallow reckoning. I have slipped the surly bonds of mortality, become one with our mythic creations, and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As Mythios shall I serve Master Lahambrea, ever faithful unto the end of days. He shall require no other. I think not. Are you so blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Ericthonius is more capable than you could ever know. It was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of internment, both how to wield it and how to break free of it. So let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperos' mind, displaying his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master internment so quickly, to say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low the Phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing, where they fritter away their strength in calming the beasts of Asphodelos and continue my work, even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain. Not shall await, but doom. I eagerly await your arrival, Erechthonius. Even dullards have their uses. My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face a keyword of Asphodelos himself. More than that revelation, however, Erechthonius worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever the keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be a death knell for his resolve. Holy cow. Much as I am loath to disturb Erechthonius so soon after what just occurred, I am afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events concerning both the keyword and his father. Oh boy, cutscene time. The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandemonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess, a feat accomplished by none other than La Habrea. That both my father and I can bind others in chains is perhaps the only thing that we have in common. Ah, so it is true. I am La Habrea's son, bereft of his talent for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you had practiced ethereal shackles since childhood, assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long. It had to indicate some long-held connection with La Habrea. It was La Habrea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of La Habrea, more specifically my mother, who was a researcher there. You did speak of Athena, chief keyword, before La Habrea. She was your mother, yes? Oh, Sedut, I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. You have the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. La Habrea had nothing to do with it. See, there's little love lost between you two. What I cannot see is why La Habrea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. La Habrea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him now, when he offered not one drop of compassion then? I see she is no longer with us, an expression to convey the end of a life. I've known only the public face of La Habrea. While he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances, I must admit that oft he comes across as cold. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss. Of course, there are more pressing matters at hand, after all, namely how to deal with Hesperos. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. And now that he is aware of our presence, he will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing, quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he has become one with the creations. Perhaps that means he is vulnerable to internment. In theory, that should be possible. However, it is enough merely to confine. Is it enough to merely confine him? After all he has done, I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was all truly so that he can serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put Lawbre's own work at risk in trade for some nebulous power. Lawbre is the chief keyword of Pandemonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? Doesn't make any sense. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters, or would it be too dangerous to allow him quarter? I want answers, too. Darling as ever I see, I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but to see you so certain is all the convincing I need. Very well, let us try Erechthonius's plan. Thank you, Sue. No problem. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of her foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Vricholacas, a beast which feeds off the aether of its prey. Likely that is the creation Hesperos merged his essence with. We know all too well that he can change the environment around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory. The fourth circle, now accessible. Alright, if we can get into this pretty good, then I'll be happy. In the meantime, we can continue. Oh, man. Wait, it's a trial, isn't it? Okay, back to the moon. So our quarry is likely up around over here. Yep, need to do 4 more fates. Which I guess I could technically do now, but I don't really want to. southeast. Oh. That is a freaky move. Since I only have to kill one more, just go ahead and do that. Cool. Cash money. These horrors are mine. I wonder how far away I am from the mentor role. I feel like I'm not too far. don't think I cycled through that right. I'm just not having a good time on this dungeon. Yeehaw. Oh hey, I got a player commentation. That's cool. Now, Themis, we end this here. Fools, I will not be put in chains. you think that I would fall before one such as you? Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception, they shall return to the stars with me. You're wasting your breath, Hesperos. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I haven't failed, my end shall be on my terms. Man loyal to my very last, come what may, I die with dignity. How did your ambition lead you astray? So astray, Hesperos, you were better than that. Your star shone more brightly than any other in Pandemonium. You had La Brea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all that, and sully your legacy besides. He became so blinded by his own desire that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperos' infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that fate had chosen you, and not him, to be La Brea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become that he sought verboten power that La Brea would be unable to ignore. How does a pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? Never heard of such a thing. It's not as uncommon as you might think. I see. I admit I cannot but find it vexing, but perhaps that signifies not but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you can trust to guide you true. How it is to so desperately wish their light would fall upon you again. But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are living to consider. We must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we can be certain. I believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hesperos' magic is fading through Asphodelos. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? What is this presence? Erechthonius, what lies beyond that threshold? That's the passage which connects Asphodelos to Abyssos 1. Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. Warding sigil? How? Let us return to the gates for now. We should like to apprise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandemonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions, but could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of the crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague and that your senses were muddled. I believe this was more than the result of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible that this same magic could have poisoned Hesperos's heart, twisting his affection for La Habre into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he made an offer of power he could not refuse. He was made an offer of power he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments, for more potential Hemethoi. If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart yet, Erechthonius. Hesperos challenged us alone. That tells me that the process of his creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first Hemethos, then the rest of the warders are likely still alive. However, much as I would like to hasten deeper into the Pandemonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through. With the creation still having free reign in Asphodelos, it won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles, and thus can wield internment magic within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that, then nothing stopping us from returning order to Asphodelos. Just so, I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement. However, you're Asphodelos' sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... do you mean to send a report to La Habrea? It is too soon to say. Let us first find our way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed, even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandemonium, then I'm not above asking La Habre for help, should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly point Hesperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Erechthonius and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphodelos. Should you take this time to rest, surely you are weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Themis's burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he's shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I would help wherever I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two. I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense, you owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Elsewise, we would have likely succumbed to the Hippocampus's assault. Each of us has arrived at the dire pass by separate paths, but it is only by combining our respective expertise that we will reach the end of it and see Pandemonium saved. Thank you, Themis. Hesperos' words seem to have affected me more than I realized. Together we've come this far, and together we'll reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow Sue her rest. Besides, you have someone awaiting a report on your progress. Yes, I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. Going back to the future. I don't think that, did I up the thing here? I did not. Cool. Welcome, Sue, back from the past, in other words from where I see, so what did you find? So there is evil afoot in Pandemonium, in an already ominous place, I must say. Mythic beasts and missing warders, truly we are fortunate to see you return to us in one piece. It appears the voice Sue heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed, it could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, elm by elm, we shall unveil that mystery, with the help of Sue, of course. But her actions was the fabric of the past reshaped. By her actions was the fabric of the past reshaped. Yet she returns to the same present she left. Which can only mean one thing, that her intervention in Pandemonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. Hey, I was just saying that the other day. A couple weeks ago. There's no telling what consequences would arise if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandemonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples would carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave them an indelible mark upon history. Upon history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beast that arose during the final days. Their first final days had been a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars it left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our present entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I've asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue your work in the Pandemonium? Yeah. Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If there is aught we can do to ease your burden, you need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return to the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. It shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time, and as matters in Elpis seem to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves to its critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Mylene is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they from the far-flung past or made in the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it here and she will be glad to offer her services. We know researchers in numerous fields that would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras and would give you goods in return that should aid you in your trials ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records of events you have reported here, Nemgigi has been taking faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal. I sense that we have embarked upon something monumental, something that will dwarf all else I have accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor nor reassurance than to have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there is anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we will find it. We shall not rest until we have unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you will be the first to know when we do. Listed that thing for sale. Should get down that. Suzu, I've made a breakthrough after uncountable days and nights. I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say, Professor Claudian, where you may as well understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course, my apologies, Sue, being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning, with the crystals set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from pandemonium where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions, Themis and Erichthonius, was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos, but the greater threat remains. In the depths of pandemonium, a presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Yep. Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Sue grace us with her protection? I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusino, namely to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within pandemonium where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean, do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. I kind of wanted him to run instead of walk. That would have been funny. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Sue, it may be best to return to Pandemonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles, and if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Brilliant delving into those records may shed light upon the creatures Sue has yet to encounter, if your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only her strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. I think I'm about to unlock the expert. Professor Claudian has asked me to write detailed records of your investigation. If you won't mind staying for a while, I would ask you to tell me more of your adventures in the past. Adventures that started with that mysterious crystal seemingly containing a message declaring a crisis in this Pandemonium. Of course, Professor Claudian will eventually make a report, but we are deficient on concrete facts at present. To that end, I suppose a comprehensive catalog of the beasts you encountered in the Asphodelos circles would be a fine starting point. Yes, I require every gory detail, every hair-raising description. MGG, I've read the volumes you asked for, but are you quite certain we need all of this just to research the crystals? Some of these habitats of aquatic life forms and the myths and folklores of the phoenix, for example, seem to have little bearing on the subject. In fact, many of these tomes seem to be related to the creatures of Pandemonium Sue spoke. Surely we have better things to do with our time. Sue has already encountered and subdued them, so what could use could further insight off. On the contrary, Rosino, we should be remiss in our duty as academics not to take every opportunity to learn more about these subjects. To view the creatures of bygone times through the lens of modern science is a dream so few have had the chance to achieve. Of course, I'll not deny personal interest in the matter. As I thought, while there were enough relevant volumes for me to fulfill your request this once, if you wish to sate your appetite for knowledge again, why don't you do so on your own time? Shall we proceed? Tell me everything you remember, and please spare not a single detail. I don't easily frighten, you may be assured. We might start with the battle with the transformed warder, or Chthonius, was it? I would also like to hear of the keyword and the nature of his metamorphosis. Oh, goodness. Good. Thank you for this priceless information. While I'm disappointed I couldn't behold your foes with my own eyes, your stories have given me more than enough to write sufficiently thorough descriptions. Perhaps we should also include basic theories concerning the growth and behavior of these creatures. It would give our little catalog some flavor, wouldn't you agree? We could start with, I have it, aquatic life forms in our time and have been observed to grow. Aquatic life forms in our time have been observed to grow to sizes that are orders of magnitude larger than their larval forms. In fact, it may not be so preposterous to posit that the hippocampus you encountered was merely a larval form of a much more massive and, I dare say, horrific entity. Now, don't look at me like I'm some mad magus. Breakthroughs have been precipitated by even wilder theories than that. As the professor always says, we mustn't let logic stand in the way of brilliance. Until proven one way or the other, every hypothesis is a valid one. There is nothing quite like the ambrosia of inspiration. Are we making records or creating fairy tales? As long as I make a note in the margins of my records indicating that as theory is unproven, we can let our imaginations run wild. Yes, I said our. You needn't be a researcher to have an idea that will leave its mark for generations. We're gonna wrap this up and then that'll be it for today. I want to talk to Vinette again. Where's she at? Probably not up here. Secret records of Pandemonium's creation. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. So you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Erechthonius' capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master internment, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter, more idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the noose at Pandemonium. Away we go. As I have pondered our expedition into Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Erechthonius were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looked to his father with bald hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself, it is more or less accepted as a way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with the feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found it troubling. Besides, I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the words of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed, in particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience, as creations which were deemed failures by researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited, information, I cannot but feel like the Academia and Nider would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmised, the majority of the creations kept within Pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet, as the years passed, interest changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyboard, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? I know not what you're suggesting, but the keyboards also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit as of late their communications have been somewhat sporadic, we but recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Really, and are you certain it was a keyboard that sent it? Yes, of course, our communication suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate. It would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well, a blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste. Oh, the unicorn. Nice. So much happened here. Can I guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to pop in. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Ericthonius at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope that no harm has befallen him. Ericthonius, do not be dead, please. I quite like you. So close, dude. Not quite. Traced these sigils countless times, yet I still lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be the victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? There is something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allow this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but the monster is locked away. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with the control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, it is simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course, the wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I've heard those words many times, the scolding of a tutor whose students struggle to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That you still insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. At last you moved to keep up. Pity that you remain behind nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not to despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. Oh, there's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. At this rate, all this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests, join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. Come on, fight me. I've beaten you once, La Habrea. I can do it again. Do you think I have any interest in listening to you prattle? let alone bowing to your will. I am no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. Neat. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who can hold thrall over familiar creation and keyword alike. And so there can be one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes into little scrutiny, even as it provides him with the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he is capable of this? La Habrea is capable of far more than you know. Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples, if it brings his goals closer in reach. That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there is no depth to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtains on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomfiting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandemonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed, let us make our way through Abyssos, one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Erichthonius' side in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. Just you shall be liberal with your weight. find out. Oh, that's cool. Let's go, baby. Whack. Not quite fast enough. I dodged the attack, guys. still don't know what's going on. Oh. Almost made it. Friggin' without dying. I don't know how I died there. Very cute. It's kind of dumb. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poison and venoms. Erycthones that were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long, but I believe we can forego introductions unless I have misread you. I'm all too familiar, Paragon. Charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am Lahabra, of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to aether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin aether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides, it is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Ericthonius' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. You would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Ericthonius. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Ericthonius, wait. There's a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are Lahabra, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat are we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The Lahabrea that I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? Lahabrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real Lahabrea would never call me by the name Themis. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Imposter, you have no right to claim that form, that mask. But who? 'Twas a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of Lahabrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield my powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocations I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Ericthonius, listen well. I am Hephaestus, and it is I whom you should call father. What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order. Elidibus, let us return to safety so you may provide it. That sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Elidibus. And I killed him too. Before I depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I know a thing or two about deception myself. Whatever your name is, you're still Themis to me. Such words are comforting, truly. I shall offer an explanation in time, but first let me assure you, my choices were not born from animosity. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Please help him. Save him. Oh, that's Athena. Wow. Probably. As you are aware of by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azim and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. As I am sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azim nor I had ever met you in the flesh, she came with her highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to herself was out there amused Azim to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in her heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I read stories that Mistress Vanat, who held the position of Azim previously, journeyed with a familiar, much like yourself, that made the decision to trust you all the easier. She, too, now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware of this, I was of the path you had walked. Aware though I was of the path that you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but though that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray, I wanted to tell you that. Oh, thanks. The fact that I can only get one of those is kind of dumb. One per week. Holy cow. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea, and truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself La Habrea, and why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? Oh, frick. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azim and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation for a time that was. Imagine my surprise when, instead of a formal report from you and yours, I receive a communication from one of the key wards stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning. I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habre is but a marker of my station. 'Tis not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way, yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire, all the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He's the product of experimentation gone awry. A reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sailed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he has awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster unto our star. As chief keyword of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You will leave the other warders to their doom? It is a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. But as you can see by Aristonius' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azim and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. 'Twas the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No. You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Sue has stood against. Sue is a being of such ether as I have never seen. What are you? She is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to her stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Sue. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. It's too soon to give up on saving the others. Agreed, we still know next to nothing about the Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to regain control of Asphodelos. He must be made to see that there's merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus the emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and then even La Habrea will be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I'm duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion is they must carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time. You've seen what we you've seen. Based on that alone, I trust you'll find the best way forward. Very well, then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter all along the way. You have yet to witness Sue's might and Ericthonius' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust that there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandemonium. You needn't worry about that, we won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. You are even more tedious than I remember. Sue, come find me when you're finished. Ericthonius is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads, play lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. You have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Habrea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other keywards did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain that not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. Besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold, secrets that would be buried if Pandemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words, the truth of my mother. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain from fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habrea that had dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think, Sue? Does the La Habrea you know have any regard for the lives of others, or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? He once used my ally as a vessel for his own twisted ends. Got some ARR stuff there. What would possess him to do that? Even for La Habrea, such an act would be black mark against him if it were made known. I can't imagine how much your ally suffered. But it is plain there is much to consider, thank you, Sue. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion when he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that is to regain control of Abyssos. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us, and seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford, Sue, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities, and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. Yeah. I need 2 more of these for the gear set. Man, these friggin' scenes are forever. Ericthonius appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azim. Your unusual aether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would have encountered an existence I could not create by my own hand. Azim never ceases to surprise. The previous Azim was much the same, and taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this manner, the true danger of Azim's nature is its tendency to infect all those she comes into contact with. Emmett Selk said much the same, trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. Did you so frivolously invoke your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion? Matters little, however, only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos to take it, although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keywords reach as far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they have been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of Hegemon, keyword of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I could sense these qualities within her still, there is something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that it's because she's already been twisted into Hemetheus, doubtless against her will. Sue, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if we cannot, we can at least steal her away until we find a means to undo the change. Your allies make you bold, Ericthonius. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. Cool. We'll try it real quick, see if we can get it to pop. Because the last one was really fast. I'm gonna try and turn in some stuff, and if it's not popped by the time I'm done turning in stuff, we're just not gonna do it tonight. It's getting pretty late anyways. Looky there. Poor child. Gross. This is my charge, and I shall not shrink from my turn. Ah, dang, I didn't dodge it. What the was the, oh gosh. That was hilarious. Pretty easy, not gonna lie. We've won, the keyboard is sealed away, and alive this time. Lahabra can't deny us now. I'm just gonna go and sell the stuff, and then we're gonna call it. Really need to accept this, so I don't, like, lose it or whatever. The plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that Hejmon Monet has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. The other right of it, I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being aether as thin as a retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue Henitheos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. We have leave to continue. As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond pandemonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. And in this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can praise his companions. That's something that Sue and Themis taught me. Though I do not wish to express any bias, I'm inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. But hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path and to act before the path lies closed to us. And tell me, what is it you hope for? To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once and do not think to set foot in Pandemonium again. We are capable, that much is plain, yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle, this is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant of the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Erechthonius. I've already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives. What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother? Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss. Would you call me fool? You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition for the sake of the star, no doubt? I can hear it again, that voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus, father. Mother, oh I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you. No, listen not, Erechthonius. Apologies, you taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. Okay, now we can go sell this stuff. I hope I don't need like 5 pieces to get the gear. Oh, I do. That's cool. this taken care of. So the brine can be used to upgrade lunar envoy weapons. I just have to talk to a retainer. We'll do Calvin since he's already back to. I have a raw something. Oh, where did it go? That looks very nice. Okay, that's finally done. Not really worth it. Alright. All that is done and taken care of. Should have done other stuff with the roulettes today, but I didn't. We were having a good time, so it was okay. I'll see y'all later.